Ready, Spencer? I would call this work session to order. Mr. Suter?
Yes, this is, speak through this. I'm far enough away from everybody, I think. Finance Committee asked for this work session, or actually, Chair asked for this work session to be added.
Work session to order.
All right. All right. So the Finance Committee has been working hard on best recommendations for use of the CARES funds. Ironically, the day after the board's last meeting, it was Tuesday after the meeting at about 5 o'clock, we were notified that CARES funding allocation had been doubled to about a little over $3.9 million. Finance Committee's met twice since then, and we met again this morning, partially by phone. Goal tonight is to share some broad categories. I've given you each a sheet there, and it's on the screen, and get feedback on the use. With the notification of additional funds, we received a listing of these broad categories from the state. State wants to know kind of how we're spending this money and how we plan to. And so to make things a little simpler, we adopted the same categories as the state had. We had been fluctuating in other different categories, but this at least help keep all of it straight. Some of the categories you see in front of you don't really have any numbers. We're still compiling. We've got some, if there's questions on or discussion, we can probably give you some broad numbers. Others show funds we've already committed. We'd like to go down the list and discuss each category, and staff and the Finance Committee will share thoughts on those as well. So if there's any discussion, I'll just start at the top and move on down. The first one is K-12 public schools. The board had previously, by consensus, agreed that $450,000 would go to schools. That's the number that they had requested, and that was out of the first 1.9 million. Again, we've since doubled it, so there's always consideration there if they need some more. Food insecurity was the next one.
Slow your roll there already. We in the Finance Committee, we had thought that we'd reach out to the schools to see if they could identify additional needs. Have we had any communication back on that?
No, I was thinking that we had decided to see if there was a request. I'd have called Philip, I don't think on that one, but Philip and I haven't talked since. But
I'm sure he would have said something. I thought we were going to let them know that if they had additional requests, we could entertain it.
All right.
Before we started supposing what it was they might want.
Yeah. Okay. Food insecurity, that was one of the headings that the state had offered up. And I've got the areas here for board discussion to take a look at some of these things. We had thought about potentially seeing if RAW could use some funds. We could actually set aside some for that. I would guess that they'd be happy to get it, but just going by the state's categories, that's something that some localities are doing. Mortgage and rental assistance. I have talked to Bruce Sigler, who's our rental assistance manager coordinator, and he is checking with his compliance officer to see if he can open up more vouchers. They run on a voucher system, and my request to him was check with the state and see if we can provide monies toward that. It would be probably a much easier way to try to manage than try to do our own program and just use an existing program. And y'all stop me at any time, or we can just get to the end and then discuss it all at once, however you'd like. Temporary housing and assistance emergency housing, they had that as a separate category. And that was, we really didn't have any funds associated with that. That's my take on that, because that's applied to homelessness and folks that they needed to find temporary shelters for. Unfortunately, we don't have as big a problem as some of the more urban areas.
Could that also include? I'm sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that Project Horizon is certainly, is that what you were thinking, David? I mean, I would really like to see perhaps some help there, because I think their numbers are growing.
Okay. And we've got more discussion on nonprofits at the bottom as well.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry. For the list of nonprofits that we support regularly, you know, we keeping in mind that we have, you know, fulfilled our full commitment to them. For back to the original budget. So, you know, our annual contribution has been made.
well, we haven't restored that 10% yet. It's
So that was part of this.
Yeah.
That's part of this
Yeah.
document. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so a lot of those things are part of it.
That's our original budget. It's not, I mean, this money is for COVID related.
That's what I was just getting ready to say. If we do that, we have to make sure that they sign something that says the monies are being spent for COVID related response. And the other thing with Project Horizon, it's the same thing. It couldn't just be from an increased generalized need. They'd have to relate it to COVID, and not a future COVID. It's got to be this one. It's got to be this pandemic. Small business assistance, as you all know, we did $250,000. The EDA and Brandy Flint are currently administering that program. We haven't had a whole bunch of takers yet. I'm hoping that the ads in the paper and the work through the Chamber of Commerce is going to increase that. I talked to somebody again this morning that wasn't aware it was out there. They've gotten some first round funding, but not second.
I talked to 2 business owners today that had no idea about it. I planned during our regular meeting to bring it up just as a reminder or something. I mean, we got to do a better job getting the word out there that those funds are available.
Well, yeah, I think we'll have some business owners here tonight. I know I saw it out in the paper. People have got to start looking too. I mean, just like when they don't realize we're having public hearings, and we just got to remind everybody that we have things available and where they can find them. And it's a whole lot easier on us if they take advantage of opportunities before we take action and have to go back and look at it again.
And one of our best ways to reach businesses is through the chamber, and we've done that. But again, they have to be a chamber member to be on that list. So, you know, we've also talked about doing radio ads. It's just tough to get out. You know, I've personally made calls because of the, you know, inclusion of the logging industry. You know, we contacted Tom Stanley, and then also trying to work with loggers through the sawmills and that type of thing to try to get the word out any way we can.
But I mean, these are all business licenses we have,
Not all of them.
not all of them.
Not the logging industry. Loggers aren't required to have a business license. So,
But can we mail something to every business we have? A business license?
probably good.
I think that would be certainly something that we should.
That potentially could be a COVID expense.
Here we go. Absolutely.
It's definitely an expense. Yeah. It could be. I'd be interested.
Okay, are you saying you don't want it mailed out?
I just would, I mean, that is an expense, and it's COVID related, and I certainly want people to know about it, but I guess, you know, back to Dan's comments, we do have a central repository for our meetings, our agendas, you know, all that information is on our website. And that's in 2021, 2020, that's just, you know, about the best way to get it to them. I mean, I think, and I just feel like we're going to miss somebody, you know, and if we send out a list, and the 5 people that we missed are going to say, well, I didn't know, you didn't tell me. So I worry about getting it to everybody and then unfortunately still not achieving that goal.
I will say the other thing we can do, this is the second round. Things loosened up a little bit with the requirements in this round. If there need to be a third round, the board could always consider that. I mean, we've got until, has to be expended by December 30, but there could easily be a third round.
And technically, this is a second round.
It is.
There's already a first round.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, back to the community foundation and, you know, what. I don't know, that's my concern. Every time we get into trying to notify everybody, I just don't want to miss somebody.
Well, all we can do is keep trying.
So COVID testing, we don't have any direct costs on that yet. The health department has provided the direct cost for setting up the different test sites. Around one area that we did find is we needed to upgrade an emergency services trailer, and this has been in past packages as well to assist in testing and inoculation sites. They figured out that it would be really helpful to have that trailer, and it's not a tremendous amount of money in the big picture. It's about $10,000 to get that thing ready, and one of the big things is that mass vaccination, being ready for that in the future and being able to support the Virginia Department of Health.
I'm not sure if this necessarily should go with this discussion, but I've been hearing from some people who have been tested that it's taken a week and a half to get the test results back. Is that accurate?
It depends on who they got tested through. They've got tests now that are as fast as 15 minutes.
Those are the antibodies.
Those are the antibody tests.
That's a different test.
Yeah, and that's just to see if you have any antibodies for it. The state has gotten a little better on it. When was the last you heard?
Within the last week, they were tested at Velocity Care, and it was going on 9 calendar days.
We have had 9 seems long. Usually it's around 4, which is still too long.
I mean, especially if you're having to be quarantined. I mean, you could come back negative and you just wasted. There's that.
Well, I will say this: we remain in weekly contact and so a lot of times daily contact with emergency management with the Virginia Department of Health, and that has been stressed as a major problem.
Now, the Virginia Department of Health is taking care of the COVID test, but the antibodies test has to be paid. They're not covering that, right? That has to be paid for by an organization or governing body or whatnot.
Or health insurance.
I mean, is that something that this money could be used for if we ordered so many thousand antibody tests or whatever for the general population?
We'd have to administer it.
You have to find a medical facility to do this. I know they do it at the health center.
Aren't there companies that you can contract through there?
I think like the certain lab cores and whatnot, they pick up the COVID test and take it to the lab. But the actual swabbing is lab is not.
We have actually checked into that with universities. They're looking at having contracts for testing, and so our emergency management group is talking with theirs and seeing what the potentials are.
But they've got it set up today.
Virginia. I mean, they're doing the 15-minute test. All their athletes getting tested every day.
Washington Ways has a site set up today. I drove by.
How did Monarch do theirs? I mean, they did it on Sunday afternoon. Who'd they contract?
I don't know that.
I mean, there's bound to be businesses out there that you contract through to come in and set up and do it.
I think I read in Atlanta, they're setting up like a mega center that is an antibodies thing, and it's a self-administered test and results in 48 hours.
It's not sure what the antibodies target. They don't
They tell you
whether
whether you've been exposed to it. That's
Not that I believe everything I see
Yeah.
in the media.
but the antibody test is 15 minutes. It takes 15 minutes to do it at the health center.
So then you would go on and have a regular test.
But that's what they usually do first. And then if you have them, they say, okay.
I think the concept there that Mr. McDaniel raises is piggyback on the Department of Health somehow, or, you know, something.
Well, I would say let's check with Suzanne Sheridan, because they got federal money for that, and see if they're overrun, or, you know, if there's really, if there's a need.
We have there already. And part of that's with what the other thing you hear tonight, you probably read on board docs, is that pandemic response plan. And we are working with them to handle. So if we get exposures in the workplace, we've got a place to send people.
Right, but does she feel they have enough testing, or do they need more money for the different tests? Or, I mean, I'm not against it, but I don't want to, you know, a lot of places are in the same boat we are, I think. There's all these funds out there, but they got so many restrictions to them. So, yeah, Dr. Laura Cornegay. But I think they, if I'm not mistaken, just want to overhear it on, but the universities and the health center and the health department, they're having to talk about, you know, if we're going to test they're going to test all the students, how is that going to happen? So I don't want to be out trying to do our own thing if they're already doing funds.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of the COVID test. I haven't had one done, but I haven't heard of the antibodies test being administered anywhere, except for companies or whatever that contract with somebody to come in and do it. That's why I didn't know.
No, they're doing it at the health center.
Is our task force still meeting?
Our task
any
force
regularity?
is still meeting, and there's two of them. There's the Regional Emergency Management Task Force related to COVID, and then there's the once a week meeting with all the university players. So the universities, emergency management, then the Department of Health, administration. I missed the last one because I had something come up, but either Nathan or Kevin are in all those.
They
And,
may already have the answers to some of these questions.
well, and that's what,
We have a report. We don't get those reports anymore, and I really miss those reports.
yeah, they're not issuing the, you know, the daily, used to be daily.
Well, it could be weekly, you know, any of them would be good.
All right, so my action items there, I'm going to contact the health center, and I'm going to check into either contracting with someone, or, you know, to maybe not order test, but contract. Again, the question then becomes, how does the county administer that, and how do we put that forward? Do we become a clearinghouse where somebody thinks they have COVID, come to us to go get tested? Or, I mean, those are some of the logistics. Or if we just do something, put it out there and say, if you live in the county, you can go to this spot, and the county has funded it. So there's those logistics.
So the health department has done several sites in county.
Yeah.
And from what just from, you know, the text messages you get, they don't seem to be overrun. You know, I don't know whether people just are.
They were used, but they weren't. You know,
Right,
it
but
wasn't
you were
like they
still
were-
getting
Yeah.
texting, we still have tests available, and it's 2:00 in the afternoon.
Those have been good. That is-
Yeah.
Right. Those numbers were low now. I mean, you could probably expect to see that used more, but if you did, to David's point, I mean, if we had something like that on a weekly basis, we could contribute to something like that on a weekly basis. At least then, someone's feeling sick, whatever, they would have access to, you know, an easy way to get tested. So that, I think that would be interesting.
All right. Contact tracing, VDH has covered that heretofore. They continue to cover it. They're trying to hire more across the state contact tracers, and you know, most localities that I've talked with are not getting into the contact tracing. It becomes a whole different animal to try to implement, especially in a small locality. Telework, for government operations, again, that's hardware, software, licensing, training, that type of thing. Stefan is working on a lot of different things. He's looking at building permitting software. He's looking at different stuff that could be implemented by December 30. He's looking at a program that hopefully will make it easier to do online bill pay for some other items such as the building permit and that type of thing, zoning permits, that type of thing. And a lot of this is also geared towards making it so staff can more easily function from home if we do have another, shutdown and we have a positive test in the workplace and some folks have to work from home, quarantine, that type of thing. I'm gonna skip broadband for just a second. Non-governmental internet access, we have paid for some random circuits for some free sites that they had set up through Park. That was just a small amount in the big picture. It was $5,000. Disinfection and sanitation. This is where it gets tricky on how to get all the dollars pulled together because we have jail costs. Well, part of the jail costs are the sanitation and cleaning and that type of stuff. And so it's what pot do you put it in? So we've tried to split that stuff out and say what's costing this much to do with the jail, this much to do with the county building. The courts are now bringing forward a whole lot of things that are being pushed down from the Supreme Court to make that building safer for bringing back jury trials. So there's a whole bunch of things that we're having to assist the courts with and changing. Judge Russell and Sheriff Funkhauser did about a half a day walkthrough there, trying to get everything set. And then Amy Milner in our office is helping get those pieces of anything from signage to hand sanitizer stations to physical barriers and that type of thing, get that stuff ordered and get coded to COVID. Personal protective equipment, PPE, we're just gonna order some additional masks, additional gloves, and just have some things that will, if nothing else, carry us through December 30th. If we have some left over, so be it. That wouldn't be a bad thing.
With the jail and courthouse and stuff, how's that work with the cost sharing?
With the courthouse, it's 25% cost share with the city of Lexington. And with the jail, the county's portion is 61.46%.
But if we put in $1,000 to the courthouse, the city automatically put in 250, or
I have to do is I just have to coordinate that with Jim Hallinson. We've talked about a lot of these things in the jail, and they know that they're going to have a cost share on this, and it's covered under CARES Act as well. And same way with we're in another one down here. We're looking at personnel costs for public safety. We've got personnel costs that flow through the city of Lexington. A percentage of our cost goes toward paying fire and rescue personnel, so we'll be talking to Jim about that. But we'd already talked early on about that, about if they were not going to or if they were going to use some CARES money for that, then they would either reduce our bill, or if they were paying for it or getting paid for it out of CARES, they would reduce our bill. I think maybe a better way to do it for this fund expenditure would be go ahead and pay our share through the CARES Act. But yes, to your point, and I can't remember. I've got our portion of the jail tattooed in my brain. I don't know exactly what Buena Vista's and Lexington breaks out at, but Lexington, I believe, is 4 or 5%. It's not very high.
It's not very much.
With the jail, but the rest of it is Buena Vista. Let's see, safe access to government. I couldn't really figure out what they were getting at on that one. I'm assuming that might be, for example, online bill pay, that type of thing. But that type of stuff.
Online meeting equipment.
Yeah. But and that's where they got these categories, but we're we're linking that stuff into, building modifications and also the IT stuff up here. And again, building modifications, sneeze guards, barriers, foot traffic directions, the things I was just talking about with the courthouse improvements. Public health and safety employees under the presumptive or presumption provision. The federal government has listed guidance on like a frequently asked questions that says for purposes of COVID response, it may be presumed that the public safety employees, that their payroll costs are associated with COVID response. So the idea there is to see, what our paid fire and EMS and also sheriff's department, and haven't talked about it with the cities yet, but if there's money there that you could do it, potentially even the jail, to pay for those payroll costs from March 1 to December 30. Our local contribution. In other words, we couldn't double dip and do the, and do the full compensation board. We have to subtract that out.
You can't do just like a hazard duty.
You could probably also do a hazardous duty. Let's see. Local regional jails. Again, this has been primed before, but emergency housing, transport unit, laundry, HVAC, cleaning and supplies. And we've gotten some numbers from the jail. And again, those would be shared costs with the cities. And then, operation of government services. That was kind of a broad one. I didn't, the finance committee, we looked at and it just that's just kind of pretty broad. And then they had the other categories, and they were asking if you wanted to basically fill in the blank, what other areas are we planning to spend money on? And then we get into the assistance to nonprofits, assistance to towns, a set aside for COVID payroll for any required quarantine. Again, our policy that assuming someone couldn't telework. So the policy that's in the board's regular meeting package addresses those types of things, but localities and businesses per law are going to be responsible for paying some of these costs.
Are the fire and rescue agencies themselves giving them the money?
That's the next thing on the list.
No, he means separate, direct.
Oh, no, they're not. No. So going back up to the top here, assistance to nonprofit agencies, we have the opportunity to potentially utilize what the city of Lexington did and utilize the community foundation with an agreement with the community foundation to take applications from nonprofits and provide funding for services that serve county residents. It might be something that they serve broadly, a larger group, i.e. Project Horizon, not just lines aren't drawn at the boundaries, they'll serve anybody in the area, but nonprofits really don't see a whole lot of geographic and visible geographic boundaries. That is one way it could be done. Dan and Jay and Steve, please remind me the number that you all have in your head.
Which one, the nonprofits?
For community foundation.
For 150?
I can't remember if it was 100 or 150. And I think, that was part of, until we can finalize this thing, we weren't sure exactly. But that's in,
It was at least 100.
yes.
So you want to go with 100 or 150 for starters before we accordion this thing?
I'd be comfortable with 150. To start.
See this, so that was the finance. The rationale, can you give me the rationale? I mean, where do we,
We have a bottom line and we, start plug some numbers in and see how everything works out. And we'd like to help as much as we can with everything we can, but there's only
so if there's another, $500,000 floating out there, then we could bump everything
yeah.
up. And
Yes, ma'am.
that's the thought. I mean.
Absolutely.
that's-
At the end, tweak everything so that
Right.
you're not leaving anything on the table. But we didn't want to burden the people here in this building because they don't have any time anyway. So let the community foundation review the application.
Now, there are a couple of carve outs there. I'll talk about one of them I just frankly forgot to put on here. That's childcare.
And those far routes came from the guidance, of major, sure of the right
Well, the guidance is
major
different.
segments of the demographics that could take that. So that's where the food insecurity and the rental assistance and housing, some of those things in the child care.
Well, the child care wasn't specifically included in the state categories, but it's clear that in the federal guidance that's something to do. And what I'm getting at is the YMCA has requested $50,000 in the county to create additional child care opportunities for anybody that wants to sign up, but mainly for county residents.
And it's spread throughout the county.
And they said in order to make that happen, it would take at least $50,000 to be able to do that.
What locations would they be? We have some-
They're still looking for one, but I think one of them, I believe, was one in Glasgow.
And they were in negotiations out in Rockford Pass.
Yes.
And Central Elementary was an after-school program that would draw from a few other schools.
Yeah, it covers, that was part of the feeling of feeling comfortable with that is the plan covers the county. It's not just.
But is this just for childcare through the end of the year? What happens in January?
Well, and again, that's part of, we don't know where we're going to be in January and how much additional child care will be needed.
But I thought the COVID funds had to be used for something.
This
through
is
the end of the
through
year.
the summer.
Right.
So if I may, I think where you're going with that is the Y is perfectly willing to continue this as a need and all of that. I don't, funding would have to change, after that.
I was just wondering if they need $50,000 to do it from now through the end of the year, what are they going to need in January and where's that going to come from? Or is the program just going to end?
Well, from the support from the county, the decision would have to be made. You take general funds, or do we take more CARES Act funding if it comes forward, or another act, or whatever they bring forward? There's discussion on more funding in the pipeline, but nobody knows. In the meantime, it's, what can we spend now that's going to help between now and then, and then see where we are.
And there's a lot of ifs too, because if everyone goes back to school by January, then that need will be greatly reduced. Because it kind of modeled it where people can sign up for 2 days a week and whatnot to try to fit what the school schedule is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great idea. My only concern is when you start setting aside this money that has to be spent, it's going to run out by the end of the year for something that expense is going to continue beyond. And I don't want to lock ourselves into, well, now we got to come up with 50,000 for this to extend it from, now we got to come up with 100,000 for this to extend it.
I think we can make clear.
I mean,
I think the Y understands.
yeah. I mean, that's my only concern. I mean, this is kind of like a one-time shot. It should probably be used mainly for non-reoccurring expenses. I mean, something, but I think it's a great idea.
Or expenses that are only going to be incurred because of, which is what they anticipate.
Right. And some of those expenses would be like startup costs and whatnot. So I would think it wouldn't require that.
It's not free to the families.
No, it's not free.
So-
No,
It's on a sliding scale.
Right.
All right, so we good with kind of moving ahead with the while on that, with the understanding that they understand that it's, come January 1, if you're guaranteed there's any additional money there. All right,
But we did reach out to them and ask them to take the lead in this so that they could pull all the different organizations.
I think it's a good idea.
okay, assistance to local volunteer fire and EMS agencies. So one thing, you're talking about an ongoing expense. Originally, when the Fire and Rescue Commission brought forward, after multiple years of looking at it, a way to assist volunteers and provide an incentive for volunteers, it ended up with a pay-per-call. The initial request was to fund that out of the cost recovery money at $10 and $10 per call and $5 for a trainee. And then the board looked at it at the time and said, well, I think we can fund $750 per call, and I believe it's $350 for a trainee, or $325, I can't remember. The one thing, and we have seen a fair number of people drop off. Well, I'm not going to say a fair number of people, but we have seen some people drop off due to concerns because of their age and COVID exposures and that type of thing. And the idea here would be to use some of this money up until December 30th to increase that to the original, which was $10 per call and $5. And so the Finance Committee discussed that. The cost for the rest of this year would be approximately $21,000. I don't know if we get all that spent because it's paid on a quarterly basis. We'd have to cut it off in early December to be able to look back instead of looking at the whole quarter. The check's got to be cut by the end of the month. So I don't know if we get all that expended, but to your point, though,
We did discuss a couple options for that, but was to estimate the calls and provide some money that way. Also, there's probably these rules are going to change. You know, we may not be in that position now.
right. Well, we thought about that one, but we thought about it initially, but you really can't do it because it is a payment, is a check to that volunteer for the number of calls that volunteer went
Oh, I
on.
know what we got to. They might be able to calculate that for 1 quarter on a shorter term.
But to your point, that would be once that's done, I mean, it'd be typically something that would need to be recurring. I mean, it would need to go on. The board had talked about in the past about whether the 750 was the right number. I know that some volunteers really thought that it'd be better 10, not necessarily for them, but to help attract and retain volunteers. Little discussion on that. And the other piece of this is the potential to provide an additional payment on top of the allocations to volunteer fire and EMS. You know, they'd have to sign something that says that these are for COVID related expenses. Up and down the valley, people are doing some different things. Some of it's direct assistance. Some of it they're taking money out of the general fund and applying it to volunteers. In a verbal conversation with our auditor, he seemed to think as long as they sign something that these are for COVID related expenses, that it would be okay to do that.
Do we have any idea what the agencies have spent or had expenses incurred because of COVID?
I don't know how many direct expenses they've had. We've provided, Nathan's told me we've provided some masks, PPE, that type of thing through the health department to agencies and try to keep them supplied there. But we have not polled yet to see what their actual expenses are.
I mean, just my personal opinion, I'd rather see the departments get the money for something that can be used by all versus pay per call for certain individuals for the department. But I don't know if they have incurred any expenses.
I would, I hear you, I would try to keep those two things maybe separate. Is what- the way I would
Yeah, we should be able to do both.
approach it. Yes, sir.
That's what we were looking towards, is trying to find a way to do both.
But the problem is, you would think it'd be easy to spend money. But, and we've been meeting at least weekly, sometimes twice. The rules keep changing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's
You know, when we think we got everything ready to go, lined up to bring, and they always change it like 4:56 in the afternoon, when everybody's shutting down. So that's why, you know, and I think Spencer is going to go back to broadband. I think it's the only thing left. Is why we're having such a tough time with it. You know, we think it's very important, but then the rules change. And one day we think it's allowed, and you know, 2 days later we get word that it's not allowed. So
Well, and you know, some of this is direct guidance from the Commonwealth. Some of it, like what we got last Friday evening, was guidance from VML, Virginia Municipal League, and VML and VACO, which is the county organization, work pretty closely together on this stuff, and VML's done a good job of keeping up on that. Now, and at least there's actually two things here. One of them is assistance to towns. We have reached out to the towns. Glasgow has come up with, you know, a project or two that they'd like to do. One of them, auditor didn't think that they'd be able to do. I had to communicate that back. Another one would be potentially, you know, under the public safety payments. They've got a part-time town police officer, and the potential is they could apply for that. Our certification letter says that we will share or distribute an equitable amount of the money to the towns. Well, I talked to Tom McGraw, Mayor McGraw today, and asked him, you know, what his thoughts were, and there were a few things that he was looking at that or there's one in particular, it just wasn't allowable. And the towns are in the same position that we're in. They look at the guidance, say, well, what do we do? And so we're trying to help them with that, but no matter what it is, it's got to be COVID related. Up the valley a ways, where they've got most of the towns, the bigger towns have police departments. They're having a little bit better success in being able to spend that money on public safety salaries. But we're going to continue to work with them, support them however we can. We're going to look at PPE. That was another one that Glasgow requested, and I suggested that to Tom too. We can work with them on getting the PPE supply out there. And finally, we got about 13 minutes here. Unless anybody want to talk more about town.
No, I just thank you for reaching out to Goshen. Of course, I've talked with the working with the mayor, county attorney to identify those projects.
And the last one is broadband. So I might have to get Ms. Huffman in on this one as well. But we were looking at a way. I mean, we discussed that one of the most direct impacts could be to expand our broadband network here. Of course, we've got RANA and other agencies that provide broadband services. Some of the information that we got on Friday was lean towards that maybe you couldn't use it for actual middle mile or even last mile type of permanent installations. It could only be something that was what was the wording? Does not extend substantially beyond the end of the emergency. So if you were putting fiber in, it would be, some thought it would be difficult to justify that under the guidance that we've got. And that's VML. Now, there's some other localities, looked at the 3 this morning that are doing broadband projects that seem to be going in a different direction that are long-lasting projects, basically capital projects. So I believe we're back kind of thinking that might be something that we can do. Well, that's what we talked about. It would have to be, we're looking at potential for a quick RFP process and have to be shovel ready, and that's going to be a requirement. I do know that some of our providers out there have got shovel ready projects that could go and get fiber. You know, it wouldn't impact everybody. It wouldn't, you know, it's not going to be it's not everybody gets equal treatment under it, but it's at least it would be moving the needle forward in getting that out. We're continuing to look at that. But whatever we do, if we're going to do it, the board would need to dedicate a pretty significant amount of CARES Act to that.
I know this is a work session. Should I recruit myself if we involved with one of those potential agencies? Hey, make people comfortable before they.
But we're talking about broadband.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I got it.
So anyway, if the board is supportive of heading down that road, then we would work pretty fast to try to come up with an RFP to try to look at doing shovel-ready projects. And our problem is, no matter who I ask, I mean, I asked the State Broadband Commission, and they said, well, you need to check with your attorney, and you need to check with the federal guidance. Well, the federal guidance is kind of hazy too. To me, it was. But so I'm not trying to throw it all at Vicky's feet. And I had that discussion with the folks at the Broadband Commission that, well, you know, we've got one attorney that does a whole lot of other stuff, and if they come back and the feds say, well, that was not allowable, then we're kind of stuck. You know, we've committed a bunch of money and they try to claw it back.
I think,
I was going to say, can we get help from Vicky? Okay, for this particular, can we call in somebody to help on these issues and use it as a COVID expense? I mean, would it be?
I'm not sure anybody else is
So it,
better be able to make a decision.
so it's not a time.
The guidance is changing all the time. Brings the client
So it's not a timing for you. It's you have the time to do it. You just need them to be clear.
yes, and they are. Like, for example, this first what they were saying, I'm interpreting to say that the project has to, that the end result of the project has to be something that will benefit during the state. So if it's not that it can't have long-term benefits, it's that it must be completed in a time period when it will make a difference for folks during the time. So it needs to be completed in instead of.
and that's assuming the pandemic will be over. So.
That's right. That's right. But that's the date we
Right.
work with. It still has to be done by the end of December.
Right.
And I think that analysis applies to everything we do. It's not just the water, but any projects that have a long-term benefit. They can't be done just for the long-term benefit. They have to be done so they can do it.
But I still think it would be worth at least getting the RFP out there to see what it would provide to the people. Until you do that, you don't know what the projects that they can do for the amount of money we have
In the time frame.
in the time frame. So I think it's worth trying to get that information. And then come back and say, look, we can help 300 homes get internet access, but it's gonna cost this, or we can.
I agree. And, from the standpoint of we're trying to use CARES money, great. But at the end of the day, fiber and broadband is something that we're gonna have to invest in at some point anyway. So if we have to come back and use general funds, for some reason, I still think that's a good investment for our community.
Yeah, but who knows what's gonna happen next year, so, in
But I
terms
mean-
of our general fund, that would be my own. But yes, agree that it's one of the most important projects, I think. out there.
What about the broadband at the schools? And the reason I ask is because I know there was some discussion about virtual classes and whatnot. And one of the things I heard was that the school locations may not have enough broadband to support that. Who knows what's going to happen with, I know they have a plan, but all plans are great until something happens. But can we increase broadband at the school location?
I've talked with Dr. Thompson, and his IT team is actually working in that direction for replacing what were the temporary hotspots. And I know what you're headed towards, the pipe, the size of the pipe going to school. Certainly, that's something that I think they're looking at, and making sure that they've got what they need. And part of that was when we asked them in the initial round, what can you use? And the number that came back was 450, and part of that was for some of those things.
Because, not only to what Chairman Lyons said about expanding to 300 homes, but if we can expand to locations that can create a better hotspot for people, whether it be the schools, whether it be libraries, whether it be municipality buildings, whatever, so that in the event that the people need to log on, they have a place to go and it's enough capacity to handle multiple people.
Right. And that is what they're looking at. I'll confirm that with Dr. Thompson, but yeah, that was part of my understanding of what the big picture, what they were looking at as part of that money that the board would be sending. And when you talk about the pipe, that then therefore becomes if it's not reduced again at the end of the emergency, then that does become an ongoing cost, because a gigabit pipe is going to cost more than 100 megabits. You either have to reduce the scale and pay less, or you just get a bigger monthly bill. So the number that we had tossed around at the finance committee was right around $1 million as part of we have 3.9 million, and we're chipping away at it here, but there's a, right now, the way we're looking at, there's a solid $1 million that could be put towards that if we're ever doing RFP and get that and get the projects done.
And that's why I think it's important to do the RFP and see if they're, so, that's a fair amount, we can do a lot of work, or if they laugh and say, well, we can't do anything for $1 million. And then we've got to change the way of thinking.
And again, I feel like there's a chance I could be standing back before you, again later after doing RFP, and then said, well, somebody has now issued guidance that says explicitly this. Well, you can't do that. So then we'd have to hunt. But since we don't know that, in time frame short, that's about the only thing we do. You all have any other questions for me?
We can end the work session, give everybody about 2 minutes to stretch, and we'll be ready to start a meeting.
Is everybody okay with the direction we're headed here? I just make sure I get that. All right, thank you all.
contact the attorney for advice to let her get it out of the message.
Just give her a challenge.
Do it and let her get it out.
Ask for forgiveness.
Yeah, but then you can't hear.
What about letting, sewage? I mean, how about this? I wonder if we live it in the.
Yeah, we can check. Is The August 10th Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Brandy, will you take a roll for those that aren't with us?
Here,
Here,
Here.
Here. If everyone would stand and join me for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. While this room will be open to the public, due to the size of the meeting room and social distancing requirements, no more than 30 attendees will be allowed into the room at one time. Per the Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Executive Order 63, all persons over the age of 10 that do not have a precluding medical condition are asked to wear a face covering. We will hold citizen comment near the beginning of the meeting. Also, there'll be several public hearings this evening. We'll do our best to take citizen comments remotely, and there are two options for citizens who offer comment remotely. One, they can go to the Rockbridge County Board of Supervisors Zoom webinar, and that link is on the county website, or they can join us by telephone, and those numbers and web ID and passwords are also on the website. Citizens that just want to view the meeting live or after the fact can do so by going to the Rockbridge County Board of Supervisors YouTube channel. Are there any changes to the agenda? Hearing none, okay. We do have a recognition tonight, and I'll take a moment to read it to everyone. A resolution presented to B.G. Locker Jr., who served on the Rockbridge County Economic Development Authority from August 2002 until July 2020. Whereas B.G. Jerry Locker Jr. began serving on the Rockbridge County Economic Development Authority in August of 2002. And whereas Mr. Locker has served as a dedicated member of the EDA for over 18 years, exhibiting a positive, professional, and thoughtful manner. And whereas while serving on the EDA, Mr. Locker helped the county successfully implement many new economic development programs, project initiatives, including the establishment and expansion of numerous businesses. While Mr. Locker's term on the EDA, the expansion of Washington and Lee, Devil's Backbone Brewing Company outpost expansions, and reorganization at the Virginia Horse Center, the build out of Natural Bridge Industrial Park, and many more. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Rockbridge County Board of Supervisors wish to share their sincere appreciation to B.G. Jerry Locker Jr. for his willingness to serve the citizens of Rockbridge County as a member of the Rockbridge County Economic Development Authority from August 2002 to July 2020. Adopted this 10th day of August 2020, the Rockbridge Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, it's the elbow.
There you go.
Thank you, sir. Jerry, you're welcome to stay. You want to stay with fireworks, you can.
I wouldn't think there was more from anybody else. I will leave it, y'all know that.
No,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
we are now going to have our citizens' comments. And I would ask that if you've signed up to speak, please keep your comments to 3 minutes. If you're speaking concerning the admissions tax, I'd ask you to hold your comments till we get to that portion of the meeting. That way you can participate in a discussion rather than just addressing the board. Is there anyone signed up to speak? Okay, is there anyone like to address the board? Stefan, do we have any? Okay. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes from July 27th?
Make a motion to approve as presented.
A motion to approve. Do we have a second? And a second. Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Ms. Ayers?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis? And the chair votes yes. County's appropriation resolution? Foster?
Go to your board docs package. There's a memo that's in the board docs package. The first set of items that I'll discuss has to do with the Commissioner of the Revenue. And so there's some items related to personal property that he's working on. I'm looking to send the property file to the NADA this Wednesday, hopefully by this Friday. That information will flow back to his office. And anything that can't be evaluated or assessed will be done by his office manually in the weeks ahead. The target is to get the personal property tax book to the treasurer on or before August 24th. In addition, he's working on the land use revalidation forms. Once those go out to applicable citizens, those are due to his office on November 1st. And then just some of the daily or monthly rather activities, the reconciliation of the D&D report, and also any kind of new construction that's coming online. He and his staff will be working on that in the month of August. And they're also preparing for one of their employees, one of his employees to depart. Cindy Lunsford is returning back to the school division after serving the citizens of Rockbridge County in the commissioner's office for the last 2 years. I believe Mr. Weitz is back here, if there's any questions for him. If not, I'll just transition to Ms. Travato's activities, the treasurer's. I believe I mentioned this last month. The statement of treasurer's accountability was due to the state's auditor of public accounts by the end of July. That was submitted on July 9th. She continues to see debt set-off collections come into the county. So you can see there's 34 filings where $3,937 will come back to the county for being delinquent on certain taxes. And lastly, if you go to your board docs package, there is a file. It's a 2-page document that gives a summary on the delinquent tax totals for various categories to include real estate and personal property. She's available if there's any questions. If not, I'll just proceed through my line chart. As is the exercise, this is a listing for delinquent taxes that is typically provided to me on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, which I keep on file. So I don't know if there's any questions for Mr. Votto or not. We'll move on to the line chart. Thanks, Mr. Votto. So on the line chart, we're 1 month into the new fiscal year, and really the only thing that I would say is significant is that our expenditures are down compared to last July. They're down about $541,000, and most of that is linked to timing. So when you look at last July's expenditures, we had received a pretty significant request for funding from the CSA, Comprehensive Services Act, from the Department of Social Services, and some other Rockbridge Area Health Center. There was a $100,000 request for one-time capital last fiscal year. So the line chart, as I've mentioned before, it's based on a 3-year look back of what actually happened over fiscal years 18, 19, and 20. It's all about timing on whether actual revenues and expenditures match up with the line chart. With that, if you continue on to my memorandum, there is one action item. As Mr. Suter discussed during the work session, we were notified, I believe it was July 23rd, that a second round of CARES Act funding was coming down to localities from the state. And basically we were receiving another $1.9 million from the state. There's a couple action items that needed to be done before we actually receive that money. But with that, not only is there a public hearing for tonight for the first 1.9 million, but what I'm asking for is for staff to do another public hearing notice for the second round of $1.9 million. So unless anyone's opposed to it, I'm going to take it that the board is in agreement to authorize staff to go ahead and do that advertisement for the August 24th meeting. With that, if you go to your appropriation resolution, the first set of items that's under the general fund, this is actually a carryover money from FY 2020. You may recall back in May, the Rental Assistance Office received some money from BHDA, and it was about $9,300. That money was not expended by June 30th, and so we're bringing this back as carryover from FY 2020. And the plan is in execution right now to spend the money. So you can see it's telecommunications, office supplies, and some other computer equipment to be expended. The next one has to do with the roof project that was completed last year. We got a final invoice from the contractor. And so I'm asking for that money that was saved last year to be carried over into FY 2021. So that's $12,822. And that'll pay the final bill on that project. And then when you look at the amounts for bills that we are looking to pay this week, it's $1,438,687.64. There's 316 invoices on the bills list. I've got some notes in my folder in case there's any questions. If there's none, my recommendation is to approve the appropriation resolution as presented.
We've heard Mr. Balker and his request. Do we have a motion from a board member or any questions? Motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Mr. Lewis? Ms. Ayers?
Aye.
Ms. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I ask a question? I'm sorry. You asked and I was reading through but when it comes to delinquent taxes, how often do we try to collect that? I mean, I know we try to collect all the time, but if it comes to putting liens against property or how often do we do it? Because it looks like some of them go back to the early 2000s, but there's uncollected taxes.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Potter. I'm presuming she's still here. I haven't looked behind me. All right, great.
Different styles of collection that we use. Sometimes we use for personal property taxes, the DMV stops. Sometimes we use a debt set-off as we've been reporting every month, which is where the treasurer steps between the taxpayer and his refund. So it all depends on the timing of the individual filing their tax that we get a match. And real estate is ongoing as well. So every day is a different thing for a different style of tax.
mean, yeah, I was just wondering about looking at the balances that are out there, going back to 2006 and whatnot. I mean, considerable amounts of money.
And some folks have older tax where they filed bankruptcy, which has a stay. The tax stays there until they proceed through all of the aspects of their bankruptcy filing. So that has a longer statute of limitations than regular outstanding delinquencies.
Thank you.
They would explain certain how it relates to the total impact.
Well, Steve has pulled the second sheet where the second half of the current year is real estate. So those folks sometimes pay their second half during the first half time frame. So it doesn't always appear as the full second half unpaid, but the second half there also shows that from year to year, if you've had a tax rate increase, it's also reflected on the outstanding second half balance. That the tax rate is higher. So it'll be a higher amount for that second half. I do have some other notes here if you want to know about the state requires us to collect personal property tax greater than 90%. Rock Bridge has had a rough percentage of 97 to 98%. Real estate, we're required to collect greater than 95% of real estate. Rockbridge has had roughly an average of 98%. So we've always exceeded those numbers that the state requires of us.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we're going to have a discussion on the admissions tax increase. First, we'll let the board members talk, and then we'll invite the people that came out tonight to talk. We're going to try to get this done before our public hearing. When we first considered the admissions tax, it was new this year, and while nobody likes taxes, we thought we'd take advantage of what we were given the opportunity to. We had a public hearing and no one came, so we assumed, which is always a mistake, that the public must think it's a good thing, including the businesses. Through nobody's fault, obviously, the businesses weren't aware of the public hearing, and they came out and addressed the board 2 weeks ago. And when you make comments to the board before the meeting, it's not time for a discussion, but your comments were heard. And so I think it's worth looking at. I've had the opportunity to visit many of these establishments and have always enjoyed myself and thought, well, if you're going to tax the people that are coming, the businesses, how can it hurt them? Because they're just collecting our taxes and giving it to us. But then over the last 2 weeks, I got to think, well, probably during a pandemic might not be the best time to initiate a new tax. I'm not saying the tax is bad. I'm just, like we've heard a couple of times, it might be all about timing. I had the pleasure of going to the caverns with my grandson, and I thought it was terrific. and then I got to thinking this week, I said, you know what made it so terrific? Well, you can have 25 people in a group. The group ahead of me had 2, and there were 4 in my group. And so I started thinking this week, well, you know, it's hard to make a living if you can expect 25 in a group and you're getting 2 or 3 or 5. And the, you know, and I started thinking about the zoo and the safari park and Mr. Klein's establishment. I've been to them all, and they're all really nice places. And when we went into the pandemic in March, and Lime Kiln's good too, we had, you know, they were shut down. So you say, oh, the business is shut down, they're not paying their employees. But, you know, if the business isn't open, you still got to feed the animals. You still have expenses. You know, you got projects you got to get done. Empty businesses doesn't mean that certain things have to be done. So I would like the board to consider not doing away with the sales tax, but let's suspend it because we don't have a corresponding expenditure for any income that we would have by taxes. Let's get out of this pandemic, and then we can reinstate it, but we can sit down with our businesses and make sure what we're doing is not going to hurt the business, because all we're doing is hurting ourselves. And I would encourage all the business people here tonight, if you haven't already, we've put a sizable amount of money that the EDA is going to control. Simple applications. Please take advantage and fill it out and use this money to help you in your shortfalls. Because right now, if I was business, the only way you're going to overcome a shortfall is get some of these grants or increase your ticket prices. And if you increase your ticket prices and we increase our taxes, then we're going to outprice ourselves. So that's my 2 cents, and I'll wait to hear from the other board members.
I agree with you. Certainly need to really get that. Reconsider our
I sat down and thought about it long and hard from someone that spends a long time, and a lot of years working for nonprofits. And many of these businesses are nonprofits, and many of these businesses are small businesses that make Rockbridge County what it is, quite honestly. So I absolutely do. I believe we passed this knowing that we're going to have a couple of hard years, and I think that we got ahead of ourselves a little bit. At least I did, speak for myself, and I feel that, you know, come January we might, like you say, all have to sit down and really think long and hard about how we move forward out of this together. But until then, I think that I agree that we should suspend this and have better communication. And I think part of that is this pandemic has not only, or is everybody just really focused on this emergency and what they have to do to get through the day, but we no longer see you in the grocery store and can have a conversation with you. So I can't, you know, just the day-to-day conversations, or going to Lime Kiln, or going to, you know, Boxerwood, or any of these places, just to relay the information. So I would ask that this board really think of different ways to communicate in this time of COVID, because we're not right now. And we got to come up with different ways to stay connected. So that's my 2 cents.
Any other board comments?
You know, I believe that we're fortunate as a community to have some of the businesses and organizations that we have that are impacted by this potential tax. I don't have a problem delaying or even staggering the implementation of it. A lot of these businesses, you know, they're busy season. Where they make their money is June, July, and August. So the only thing I would say is that, we shouldn't implement or increase, once it is implemented, the tax beginning July 1 of any particular year. We should allow the businesses to get through the season. When we look at it, it probably should be January 1, so that they have ample time to prepare for the upcoming season with the tax and all. I don't have a problem waiting until, January. And even if we do implement something in January, staggering it, maybe, and I'm just throwing out numbers here, but maybe 5% January of 2021, and then another 5% January of 2022, or whatever it may be. But I think we need to think about the businesses and when their busy season is, so that we're not impacting them during that time period. But I do think it's important for the businesses and the people to know that primary reason the board looked at that was that even if we do not increase spending on anything during a budget season, costs go up every single year because of contracts, because of servicing, because of employee benefits and everything else. And over the last few years, our only way of offsetting that has been to tax the citizens on personal property and real estate tax. And there comes a time when that just exceeds the capable limits as well. So the board thought that this particular tax would be a way of generating revenue so that we wouldn't have to necessarily go to real estate and personal property all the time. And majority of the people impacted by paying the additional tax potentially could be non-county residents. So that's even more beneficial. So it is important to know that we weren't trying to hurt our area businesses. We were looking for alternatives to help all of our citizens when it comes to revenue sources.
And what hasn't been said is that it's not our idea anyways, the General Assembly, who share less money with us and then say, here's where you're supposed to go get the money. So I would encourage you all to reach out to your state representative, because we have services that we have to provide for public safety, schools, all these things we're required to do and want to do. But we have to have the ability to do them. And we get less than what we're supposed to get. If we're told here's the direction we're supposed to go, we need to do that as responsible. So I can see some delay, but if the funding sources stay the same, I can't see not implementing.
And I would encourage you to tell your representatives that they shouldn't exempt themselves. If they're going to give us the authority and then exempt themselves, that's not a level playing field. Okay, I'm sure there's some people that would like to address the board.
Take this off.
Absolutely.
My name is Matt Retigliano. I'm the general manager of the Natural Bridge Hotel as well as the Cavern. So I appreciate you going to the Caverns. It is a little difficult, with the pandemic. Normally during the summertime, we'll run 2 tours every hour, basically a tour every half an hour. Now we're only doing 1 every hour just because of the social distancing. So what I kind of want to address is just the tax thing in general. So, I certainly understand and I certainly get it. The one thing that I always want everyone to really consider is what the implication of taxes actually bring. Despite the fact that they bring more money, which is always a nice thing for services and for the local folks. We just raised the lodging tax 3% and the food tax 2%. So what happens is when families come to an area, they're going to start looking at competition. If I travel, it's a beautiful part of the state, but we compete with other municipalities and other, vacation hotspots and things like that. So when you have a family that's going to spend $100 on a room, now they're paying 3% more, and they're spend $100 on dinner, now they're paying 2% more. Now they spend $100 on some local attractions, and now they're paying 10% more. So, you know, it's $15 extra, which may not seem like a lot, but they're going to eat more than one meal and go to multiple attractions over multiple days. And what happens is, and again, I've been doing this for hotel thing for 30 years. I've been in major convention centers where businesses are looking at the total cost. It's not just what a hotel room is, but what's the cost of the taxes? What's the gratuity? What's the service charge? What's the transportation costs? It's a package that people are looking when they budget. So when you raise taxes too much, sometimes what'll happen is instead of spending 1 day or 2 days, excuse me, or 3 days, now they're spending 1, maybe 2. Instead of going to the 4 or 5 attractions, they might go to 1 or 2 because it's just getting expensive to do 1 or 2 things. So when you look at the totality of taxes, when it comes to you know, the food and sales and everything that's associated with that, it just becomes an expensive bill for a family of 4. And therefore, they actually will end up spending less money in the long run because the majority of their or some of their expenditures are now going to more taxes than they originally had planned. So that's just something to really take into consideration. Yes, I understand that there is going to and a need for attractions tax, but you know, as we try to, of course, get out of debt, which is really our big need at the moment. We're looking to raise our our fees as well. But when you add the tax in addition to the top of our fees, it really becomes hard to do, and then we have to start cutting ourselves. So anyway, just looking at the totality of the taxes, it just makes it very expensive, and in the long run, it could have a negative effect on the amount of people that do show and do visit them. So I just wanted to take that into consideration.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mark Klein, Dinosaur Kingdom 2. And I really want to thank y'all for having us here tonight, and plus listening to what we had to say a couple weeks ago, because that really meant a lot to us. I know it was, I've talked to a few of you since then. And I think, you know, what Nat said, I don't want to repeat, you know, I don't want to repeat what he said. Some of these other folks have got similar things to say, so I'm just going to make this real brief. But as he was saying, yeah, it is a trickle down effect, which I don't think that it was all taken into consideration at one time. But a couple of things I wanted to point out that I've got some notes on here. And I did talk to David over here earlier. One of the concerns that we did have is when this is implemented, and when we do talk about this later on, we have to consider the charities. We got to have a clear line here. There's a lot of firehouse dances. There's a lot of things that we do that raise money for different events, charities around here. We just want to make sure that we can be exempt from that, because anytime one of these is put on, it's the people that put on these events, they actually pay a lot of money out of their own pocket to make these things happen. I know we do. I know that sometimes the bands come out, they play for free. And if we raise $4,000 and then we have to turn around and say, oh, we're going to have to give you $3,600 because we got to give the county $400, that's not cool. And when everybody else has done it for nothing. So I want y'all to consider that when it is brought back up again. I made some notes here. I got to have my glasses on here. Like you said, the COVID thing, none of us saw it coming. All right, so I don't want to play this COVID thing to death, but I would say that we all kind of expected it to be over by now, or at least flattened out by now. We all expected that. Well, hell, we didn't expect it at all. Now that we got it, these considerations need to be made, because I know that several attractions we weren't able to open. I know Lime Kiln hadn't sold its first ticket. A lot of the attractions I've talked to are 30, 40, sometimes 50% down. So just in general, we're all scared, and we don't know when the governor's going to change things again. I heard on the news just today that we went in 17 days from 4 think it was 4 million people in the United States having COVID, up to 5 million. And that's just, this is the worst of all the countries, how we just shot up like that. So we don't know what it's going to be like in January. I know we all spent a lot of money this year. We went into 2020 thinking we're going to have a great year. We really did. But, and let me just close with one other thing. The face of tourism is changing. I want y'all to consider this. We're the engine of tourism, all right, here. The Stonewall Jackson House, they've been down, I think 50% in the past 10 years. Nobody's going to George C. Marshall. They're taking down signs everywhere. Younger people don't care about Civil War history. We're going to have to look, we're going to have to go into the future and look to work together to go into the future with how we're going to make money through the tourism business. I want to work with y'all. I want to work with the tourism business, under the tourism board. I want us to all maybe form a little group to where we can all make this thing happen together. And that's what we should be doing. We should all be communicating. And that's sort of my 2 cents worth.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McElroy.
How's everyone doing? Well, I had a couple pages of notes here, but after your comments, it appears that you guys have come to the conclusion that I think makes the most sense. A lot of my comments were around, at first, the timing of this. And there's a lot more to be talked about, but right off the bat, the timing of it was terrible. And all of your comments agree that suspending it makes the most sense. And having a conversation later about the magnitude and the impact and the common goals here makes a lot more sense. So I appreciate you guys between our last meeting and this meeting coming to that conclusion and all of your thoughts about the importance of our businesses and the times that we're going through right now. And so I look forward to, in the future, having the chance to talk about the impact of this tax and the goals that you guys have for implementing it, and the businesses that are impacted, and the inclusion of nonprofits. There's a lot to be discussed as well about precedent around the state for how other people have implemented it. Certainly when you talk about the magnitude, 10%, I'm sure many of you read Doug's letter from the editor. 10% is the most aggressive of any other locality that was referenced. A lot of them had maximum per ticket caps. They had certain things that were exempt. Some don't have it at all. And certainly with some of the businesses, local citizens are impacted. And I think being able to hear from these businesses would give you guys more information on that, especially when we talk about Halls Drive-In, for example. The majority of their folks are local. And that the thought of that tax had a big impact on them, who had to basically include it in their ticket price. So it's a 10% off the top line tax for them. Most of the people coming from Rutgers County. So that's something I'm sure that you guys would have liked to have heard. And I know that we weren't at the meeting and didn't know about it, and that's our fault. But now we have the opportunity to do that, and greatly appreciate that. Also want to say, certainly there's an impact to tourism, as others have said. The total price makes a big difference from our competitiveness. And from Limekiln's standpoint, we did our best to have tickets as low as possible for as long as possible as we revived the theater to make it competitive, and worked on really tight margins to build the brand so that we could bring people here. And that total ticket price plays a big role in that. Plus, our negotiations with bands. We spend months debating over certain percentages that they're going to get paid off of tickets, and whether it's $25 or $27 tickets. They make a big difference in the music scene, because somebody can see a band in Charlottesville for $30, and we charge $33. They're going to see them there if they live in Charlottesville. But to your point, Mr. McDaniel, about needing to raise the money, another way to raise revenues too is to increase tourism. And so I think an honest conversation about how the county invests in tourism could play a role in that conversation. It doesn't just have to be raising taxes, but increasing the total spend from tourists. And I think there's a lot we can learn from each other in that conversation and work together on. So anyway, thank you for coming to the conclusion to suspend it. I guess is the protocol that you guys then vote on that recommendation, or how does it work?
We'll get
Yeah.
that advice from our attorney in a few minutes as soon as we're done with conversations.
Excellent. Thank you.
Gretchen Mogensen, representing Ashford Zoo. Basically what everybody else has said, and again, thank you guys so much for suspending it. A concern I do have, however, for bringing it up for next year, something to consider is we do have our Virginia minimum wages going to increase next year, from what I understand, to $9.50 per hour. So what that's going to do is not only we're going to have to pay each employee more, which means we're going to have to raise our admission prices anyways, but then we're also going to have to add that additional price on top of our admission in order to make up, just to end up with the same amount as we were getting this year. Same thing that Mark was saying and Matt was saying about the families being able to budget. I'm afraid too, if they're here and they find that we're charging $1.70 on top of our admission prices, that they're going to take that. Once you have a family of four, it's $5. That's $5 they're not going to spend in our gift shop, which we're already, because of COVID-19, finding an impact. We're having our gift shop sales are down dramatically because we're limited as to how many people we can have inside the building. People are nervous of being in the building. We have a limited contact with certain items. But if they don't spend as much money with us, or they don't spend as much time in the county, that means they're not going to go and visit other things within the county. Like they may not go to Pink Cadillac to get something to eat. They may not go to downtown Lexington to shop into some of those smaller places. So I worry that they're not going to be putting money into the county and our other facilities here as well. My other consideration is I was wondering if part of this, by going for the 10%, which is the max amount, had anything to do with the Virginia Horse Center's loan. I know that percentage of it was supposed to be going towards that from what I read in the News Gazette, because USDA did not refinance their loan. No, okay. No, okay. Because when I was reading on the News Gazette thing, they were saying like 2% of it was going to go towards that. Okay, just for the lodging one. Okay. And then other thing to consider for next year is if we can suspend it, that's amazing. Is the percent of 10, if that can be lowered. Just looking at other counties, Williamsburg has 3.5%, Fredericksburg is 6%, Richmond is 7%, and we just went for the absolute highest, and we're a much smaller county. And tourism is what we need, but that's a really high percent. Otherwise, everybody covered that.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else?
Lauren Summers with Halls Driving. And just again want to reiterate, thank you for your thoughts and consideration of delaying or suspending this tax. It is huge for Halls, as on any given night, 60 to 80% of our customers are local and recurring customers. And so again, our approach was going to be to absorb that. But in a year like this, with the timing of COVID, just as an example, just so you know, July is historically Halls' best month of the year. Historically, all 20 years since it's become a nonprofit. And this July, we are 49% off of ticket sales, and we are 54% off of food sales. So it's been a huge impact, just the COVID-19. And we're open the same number of nights and availability that we have been in the past. Now, we were shut down for 2 months, which is less than what a lot of other folks were, and we're still down that percentage. And part of that is the joblessness, the underemployment, and just the fright of being, out and about and potentially exposed. So we have put a lot of safety measures in place so that it is a safe place to be, and people have appreciated that greatly, and they are still coming out. But as you can see, we're down over 50% cumulatively, and the concessions are what pay our bills, and we're down 54%. So thank you very much. And the thought of not instituting something like that in the middle of a season, it is very helpful to a business like ours to be able to get in the infrastructure and the marketing, because again, marketing is a big thing for us. We couldn't add it on top in the middle of the season without getting a lot of backlash. And as you know, social media is the first place that you're going to get the backlash. And as soon as that becomes viral, that really can hurt and impact the business. So thank you again for your consideration. We appreciate it, and look forward to the conversations moving forward.
Is there anyone else?
George Fitzgerald, National Speedway. I want to thank y'all the same for giving me this opportunity. If anybody got affected, I know I did big time. I lost 15 weeks. I didn't get to open it all, nothing. The government shut us completely down. Not a dime coming in. Still mortgages coming, still utilities, still insurance. And we've had 4 weeks right now, that's it. And this most of my schools, all my schools are local. We're turning every week. And I just think it's really hurt us bad. And I appreciate y'all thinking about spending. And it is a hurt. And most of what everybody else has said, I think percentage maybe is a little high. But anything you can do to put it off, I appreciate it. That's all I say.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir.
I just want to pick up what Spencer had said. It really needs to be about growing the tourism. More people. I mean, as you know, we just became a trademark hotel by Wyndham, and we're looking to go under renovation soon. So we need to grow. I mean, we will not survive if we do not grow with that hotel. And our number one goal is why I'm there and why my team is there is to really grow and drive additional business into the hotel, into our restaurants, into our surrounding areas, which will then, of course, increase tax base. So I do think there probably should be a really deeper discussion on the tourism. What can we do to drive it? Yeah, but we just have a lot of resources out here in the community. And we certainly like to be part of that conversation and offer input when we can.
Okay, thank you.
I'd just like to say also, I'm willing to work hard with Matt and the other partners in the tourism area here to make that happen.
Well, I'm going to ask for some volunteers in a minute, so. Ms. Huffman.
Yes, sir.
What are our options and what do we have to do legally if we wanted to make an adjustment?
If you want to repeal the tax altogether, we would advertise by tomorrow morning for a public hearing at the August 24th meeting to repeal the admissions tax in its entirety. Now, your other options would be if you want to reduce it, same process.
If we want to suspend it, that's.
Well, I'm not sure that you don't have the authority to suspend it. You either have the tax or you don't. So what you can do is repeal it for a period of time and impose it as of a later date. But you can also simply repeal it and bring it back at a later date.
Anybody have any questions about options?
Because the 10%.
I'm not comfortable with you.
But you would have, even if we were going to bring it back at a certain time, if it's not the percentage, we would certainly have to repeal this tax at 10% to think about it again later at a different rate, correct?
Well, not necessarily. If you wanted to, for example, repeal it for now and set it for 5% beginning January 1, it's just a matter of
So we're
drafting.
advertising that.
Yes, ma'am.
But if we want to repeal it for an indefinite amount of time until we see what's going to happen. And at the same time, when we come back, I'd be able to have a discussion to set the rate again. We would have to, would we have to repeal the tax entirely and then just?
You would repeal the tax entirely, have your committee meeting, planning. You can bring it back on motion of any member of the board. You as chairman can place it on the agenda at a later date. You can ask me to tickle it for a certain period of time. I mean, and then it would come back as a brand new ordinance. At whatever rate you all want to advertise.
I think the thing I learned tonight, I did study it. I do know facts. I do know things about what else happens in the commonwealth. I do, as I said, understand why it was suggested to us by the General Assembly that this isn't something you should do for revenue. So I did learn that this isn't the best time, both from even a non-pandemic scenario. So I agree to. I would agree to have it come back in January, you know, and if a 5% rate is something that we could do, I think we could do that. But I'm afraid to. I feel my responsibility to all the citizens to just make it go away.
I guess my problem is that we're outside of our budget season. I mean, we decide taxes based on during the budget. And we're outside of that for this season. So we've agreed to, or I think we're all on the same page and we're appealing to this. And then in January, we're talking about a new budget season with all these other variables that we look at that point and decide what kind of money we need or what kind of taxes we're looking at. I mean, it's part of that discussion. For us to project what we need, even though we can pretty much guess it's going to be bleak, I get that. Still, it seems odd that we would be imposing a certain percentage without having that data.
But my thought is we do have the data because we know how much we've been unfunded mandated for 10 years. So we do know that. We do know. I mean, that was why I felt comfortable with implementing it in the first place. Because having served on the school board for 6 years and now here 3, I see what happens. You know, I just feel like I know that's what happens to me. So I don't like it.
I agree. I understand. We also have the sticky part that we have passed this 10% on the whole, you know, our nonprofits, so we haven't really looked on how we want to apply this, and I feel that it needs a lot more discussion, and but I agree that we might in January be looking at implementing a tax, and happy to put it in the group of taxes that we need to evaluate, you know, how we're going to raise this money.
I don't know that we should, I guess I'm kind of agreeing with both thoughts there. I don't know that we should completely repeal it, but I do think we should probably suspend it until we can have more discussion and figure it out. And the percentage may change, the implementation dates may change. So my question from a legal standpoint is, if we just, and I think Chairman Lyons asked about it, if we just suspend for the time being, that doesn't work, or okay. Okay.
The tax is adopted as part of county code, and so it's either in effect or it's not. The board has no authority by statute to suspend application of that.
Does the board have the authority to change the rate?
Yes.
So could the board change the rate to 0%? And then we could raise it anytime we needed to.
Well, you can do that anyway.
Okay.
But you still have to go through the same process to impose the tax.
Right.
So there would be no point in setting it at 0, because if you're repealing it, it comes out of the code until there is a tax that is imposed.
Right, but if we set it at 0, the tax has not been the tax is still there. It's just at a zero rate. Because people, from what I hear, I don't think people want to repeal it. But I don't think people want to collect it right now either.
But they'd still have to, fill out their forms, and that's, imposing a process on our businesses and our nonprofits for zero tax. Correct? I mean, if we're imposing a zero tax, they're still going to have to go through calculating that they have zero tax.
There
and
is still
filing
an
the
entire
documents.
process within the code that has to be complied with, whether there is a tax rate or not. And there's a significant amount of work that goes into collection and payment and reporting of these taxes, and also a significant amount of work in the Commissioner of Revenue's office. So I think if you do not want to repeal it, then the recommendation would be to reduce the rate. But if you really do not want to collect the tax between now and some future date, then the course of action would be to repeal it and just go through this process again at a later date and impose the tax that you want to impose.
But either way, we have to advertise and have a public hearing for next meeting.
For next meeting is the earliest we can do it.
Then I would.
I understood you to say that we could advertise for a changed implementation date and a changed percent.
Yes. Yes, so you could, but I need to know now what that's going to
I
be
understand, that's what I'm
in
saying.
order to advertise it properly.
I mean, so I was just.
But yeah, you
My suggestion
could-
would be one that could be.
You could repeal the tax and then, or amend the tax rate and make it effective, make it not effective until January or February, March, whenever.
I'm not comfortable with this budget here of imposing this tax. So I don't know, were we considering starting this in January? Was that where most of you were with this? Is that what I
Are we
heard?
talking January 21 or
Yes.
22?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Personally, I'd say January 22 to give us time to set up and meet with these people out here and see what the businesses, they're the ones that with the sense of, of the impact this is going to have. So I think we need time to take Mr. Klein up on his offer to get people together and meet with him and come up with something that is going to benefit all parties involved. And I don't think we can, given the current situation, I don't want to blame everything on the pandemic, but really we're just starting to see it here. And I don't foresee anything getting better before this.
No, I agree.
By this January.
I agree. But I feel that if we don't repeal it, we're going to have to come up with the questions of what percent, which businesses is it, we're not going to be able to have the conversation that we need to have with our constituents.
No, and I'm not disagreeing with them, but I'm just saying we need to have time to meet with them,
Right.
take advantage of their knowledge.
Chairman, part of it too is, I think we should have some sort of committee and meet
Right.
with the businesses and stuff like that. But, this is a brand new tax and we didn't have it allocated for a certain purpose or anything like that. It may be that we stagger the percentages as far as the implementation, but it may also be, a lot of what some of the business owners I've talked to over the last week and then, what we've heard here tonight it may be, especially for the businesses that are impacted, especially for our county businesses, the first monies that we collect, perhaps we set aside to help with some sort of tourism marketing or something to help those businesses, since they're collecting the tax and helping our area. Not a constant, not to always be for that purpose, but maybe initially, we look at that. But that takes conversation with those businesses as well.
I like that. I like that.
So do you need a motion
Yes, sir.
for a public hearing at next?
We do.
I'll make that motion.
And public hearing for the purpose of the public hearing?
Do you need an exact, or is it just to discuss? You need an exact.
Go ahead. Ms. Johnson.
It seems like everyone's discussing semantically whether it makes sense to repeal it or suspend it, but everyone's in agreement that you don't want to collect it right now, but that you will have the opportunity to implement it at a later date when budgetary concerns are taken into consideration and a whole lot of other things are taken into consideration, like whether it should be staggered, whether it should impact all the businesses, whether there's a way creatively to reinvest it back into tourism. But I think what we get back to is that we have a lot to offer as the engine of tourism as to how to grow tourism. And we're going to have to get creative because the landscape's changing. With COVID, with the Civil War history, our impetus is to grow tourism, and that would help you guys. So there's a lot of different considerations, and it makes sense to repeal it and have those conversations with all of us and then discuss it at a later date during the budget season. That's what makes the most sense. I don't think taking it out of the statute, it makes a difference as to whether you'll be able to collect the tax later. Those are my 2 cents. Thanks.
So my motion will be public hearing to repeal the tax for a time being.
Okay, I have a motion to repeal. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, so this is just a motion on setting up the public hearing for that purpose. Any further discussion? Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Dan, I did that.
Oh.
Just a little bit of that. I'm sorry, but I guys, I just can't. We have needs, and I can't. I'm perfectly willing to delay it and do other percentages and have conversations, but I'm afraid of a never-ending cycle. So without any sort of timeline on when we can have the discussions, when we can do it, and also we already have substantial funds going for tourism in a joint agreement with other jurisdictions. So some of the comments, I want to deflect everything to everybody else, but tourism does have a board, and that's that's their job to figure out how to spend those funds, and I think we submit some generous funds there. So I can't be in favor of a complete review of the timeline, so I'm going to have to go with that.
All right, Mr. Day?
Yeah.
Chair votes yes. Please set up the hearing.
Mr. Chairman, may I just clarify something from
Yes.
Mr. Lewis's comments? To me, delaying the process was the only way with the repeal currently. I'm in agreement with you that we're going to have to look at this tax. We're going to have to look at it
We did.
soon.
Yeah, that's fine.
And this committee approach or whatnot needs to take place this year in 2020 to get some questions and answers and stuff so that we start 2021 with a better understanding. But I'm with you then that it's going to be implemented at some point and at some percentage, So don't take that I'm asking to repeal at this time as I don't want the tax at all.
Sure.
It's just from a delay standpoint, according to our county attorney, that was the best way to act.
And I think most of us are in agreement. And I think most of our business partners will be in agreement too. So Mr. Klein, are you willing to be our point of contact when we get ready to set up some meetings? I appreciate that. All right, we'll be ready to move into our public hearing. Y'all are welcome to stay for it if you'd like. You're welcome to leave if you want to, but we have a public hearing on the consideration of the CARES Act Budget Amendment Part 1.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I am aware that there's a 7 o'clock Blue Ridge Resource Authority meeting, so I'll try to be very concise. As already mentioned, the county received $1,969,407 from the state of Virginia for CARES Act funding back in June. Because this amount is greater than 1% in the budget that was adopted for FY21, there is a process to doing a budget amendment. It's been advertised in both the News Gazette and also in the Rockbridge Advocate in accordance with state code requirements. With that, there is a appropriation resolution that is in your packet. It's a little bit unique from what we typically do. It goes into a lot of detail about the CARES Act funding to include assisting the towns, as Mr. Sutter had discussed earlier during the work session. With that, I'm here to answer any kind of questions, but the recommendation is to approve the appropriation resolution that is being presented to the board on the CARES Act funding received back in June.
Does anyone have any questions? All right, then at this time, we'll open the public hearing for comments. Anyone signed up to speak? All right, then we will close the public hearings for comments. Is there a motion from the board?
Approve as presented.
I have a motion. Do we have a second? And a second. Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Ms. Ayers?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis? And the chair votes yes. The resolution is passed. All right, the consideration of the COVID workplace policy.
So Kevin and Heidi have done a tremendous amount of work on this. We mentioned at the last meeting, the Commonwealth set forth requirements for businesses, including local governments, to plan for pandemic response. The goal was to have this approved by the Board of Supervisors and then begin rolling it out to staff and sharing with other agencies as requested. And you've got the document in your package. It has been reviewed by VACOR, our risk management folks, and insurance folks. They have approved it. They said it was a really good plan. It adheres to all the requirements that the Commonwealth has set forward. And the reason I jumped up, I'm not trying to steal any of their thunder, but just in the interest of time, I thought, and if you have any questions, I imagine you've had a chance to take a look at it, but if you got any questions, Heidi and Kevin aren't here to answer them.
I just say I thought it was very well done. I appreciate your work on it. I don't think anyone could find a better plan anywhere else.
It just so happens that after the fact, right after we published this, we got the template from the state, and I think ours is better.
Anyone have any questions?
The only question I had, and I thought I saw it in here, and I just wanted to make sure. We're not restricting where people will go on vacation, correct? And if for some reason they have to quarantine, I understand the importance of the other employees that they work with. You know, I understand the importance of that. But if they were to have to quarantine, how are they paid? Do we pay them just as regular, even though they're not at work?
Yes, the law requires that we pay them, correct? I'll let
Directly COVID related.
Yeah, so if they went on vacation somewhere and they thought they just needed to quarantine just because they went there, that's not
Okay.
one of the reasons that they would be eligible for code.
But they do have to quarantine.
No, if they have signs or symptoms.
But if they have gone into a state that the governor has said, I'm just curious, I mean, there are some states that they have deemed you can't go to. At least some states, I'm not sure if Virginia has, but I know New York, for instance, has said that if you're going to these states, you have to quarantine for 14 days, or you won't even be paid your sick leave or whatever. I mean, it's pretty strict. I'm just curious, I don't know whether Virginia has done that. That's great, but I was under the impression that there were places in Virginia you can no longer, I mean, certain states you won't be able to travel to other states.
I've not heard
I'm not
that.
aware of that.
I'm not saying it's happening in Virginia yet, but it's happening in other states.
Mhm. Yeah, we've not been made aware of it. We didn't have to do any of those restrictions at all. What we have put in our workplace, our return to work policy is if you go somewhere that's deemed a hotspot or a vacation more than 2 days and 50 miles, that you need to self-monitor and fill out a temperature log and a symptom log for those 14 days when you come back. But that's the restrictions that we have in place.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't restricting travel because we give people vacation as their choice of where they want to go, and I don't think we should be involved in that decision. So I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Again, thank you. Y'all did a great job.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll have a motion to approve the wellness policy.
So move.
We have a second? Second, Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Ms. Ayers?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis? And the chair votes yes. Mr. Suter?
Yes, this is consideration to schedule public hearing on logging equipment tax exemption. This year, the General Assembly passed legislation which would allow localities to exempt personal property taxation or exempt from personal property taxation equipment used for forest harvesting and silviculture activities. Ms. Huffman and I checked with Commissioner of Revenue David Weitzel, and his knowledge, the county has never assessed a tax on this equipment. If the board would like to codify that longstanding practice, a public hearing for the code amendment would be required. There is draft language in your package. The ordinance that would be required is there, and that would just have to be advertised for a meeting, the second meeting this month.
Any questions from Mr. Suter?
Or we could do that.
Why would you want, if we haven't been taxing for years and there's no immediate plan to, why would you want to?
Just to clean up the code. More housekeeping.
Technically, it wasn't exempt.
Why would we exempt? I mean, just devil's advocate, what, I'm new here, so tell me, what, it's equipment that we don't, is it like the farm equipment? Is this falling under farm equipment?
Similar. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's the same ordinance. It's just adding silviculture to it. And the impetus for this was the Virginia Association of Loggers, I believe, in silviculture. They lobbied for this, and it was passed by the General Assembly. And they contacted us and said, "Hey, here's an exemption that you can do." Our initial response was, "Well, we haven't done it for years anyway." Or to our knowledge, it never has been, but it's been administrative. And technically, we should have been corrected because it does not specifically exclude it in our ordinance. But right, it goes back multiple commissioners
That we don't.
that we have.
So you're saying we have to have this? Okay, I thought I heard you say that.
We have to have a public hearing.
codify.
Sorry. I'm sorry. We're gonna do this.
You have to have a public hearing in order to codify this exemption. But if you fail to approve the exemption, I believe it would be appropriate for the Commissioner of Revenue to start assessing this type of personal property. I believe there will be similar reaction to ignitions tax, but
How could he do
The
that?
difference is there
How
is a
could he do
pass-through
that
tax.
when the state's exempt?
I'm sorry,
How could he do that when the state has
the
exempt?
state has not exempted it. The state has given local boards the right to exempt it, just like other farm machinery, tools, animals, trains.
Heretofore, we should have been collecting the tax because it was not exempted, but administratively and traditionally through multiple commissioners, it was just not done. Now the state has authorized the exemption of it in order to clean it up to match what traditionally and administratively has been done. It's essentially just adding a few words to the ordinance.
I guess it's hard for me to imagine voting on something that I don't know what the missed opportunities. I mean, do I want to tax? I don't think anybody here wants to tax anybody for anything, but didn't we just say we would review the tourism possibility in January? I just think that, well, during the budget season, we did say that we would, well, I intend to review based on our budgeting needs, every possible tax and that's available to us and evaluate all of them together. And I just don't think I'm prepared to say, I think the optics.
Because the state has provided this exemption now.
Do they have it? Have they?
The
They've
state
authorized.
has authorized local governing bodies to provide for the
But
exemption.
they have not given the exemption themselves, that you just say
Well,
specifically.
they don't have authority to, local governments are the ones that
All
impose
right.
this tax or not impose it. So you can't act without state authorization once to give an exemption. A board can't exempt something that the code or the state doesn't authorize you to exempt.
How many counties exempt farm equipment and this kind of equipment?
I don't know. I don't know an answer to that. I probably have some research in my file from when the farm exemption was adopted, probably 2007, but maybe 2008. But beyond that, I don't know what the other localities do. I can probably find out some information anyway.
Am I correct in assuming that since the state is authorizing local boards to make this exemption now, we can't continue to do what we have been doing by just not taxing? Is that the main reason for bringing this?
It's coming forward, I think, because of the communication from the Loggers Association.
I mean, my thing is, I don't want to tax it. Okay, so I don't mind the exemption. I just don't know, I don't know that I want to necessarily cut off future board or supervisors' ability to tax if future boards felt the need to do so.
They
But-
can always have a public hearing.
Public hearing and bring it back.
So we can schedule this public hearing. That doesn't mean it's going to be, we're going to vote for something. It's going to be a thing we have more information. But you can't do anything without a public hearing. Is that-
That's correct.
I'll make a motion for the public hearing.
Any other discussion? Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis? Mr. Day?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Can we get through the HVAC improvement before we have to suspend the meeting?
I will do my best to rattle through this. All right, so recently, the 911 Center leadership came to county staff to request an implementation of a single standalone HVAC system tied to IT equipment and their personnel. We also learned during this process that the 911 Center and the Joint Fire Rescue Building does not have an HVAC system preventative maintenance contract in place. So what we're asking is for the board to authorize staff to do an RFP based on the following information. Number one, we believe this is non-professional services. Number two, if you go to the county's local policy on procurement, it does state that competitive negotiation, when the purchasing agent determines in writing that the use of competitive sealed bidding is either not practical or not advantageous to the county, a contract may be entered into by use of competitive sealed proposal method. So we don't have an engineer in place on staff to help us develop specs for this request. In addition, I would just mention that we are recommending that it would be more fiscally advantage to us if we did this as a proposal. Let a contractor come in, provide us a proposal that may be the most cost-effective way to move forward on the install of a standalone system for the IT equipment and personnel, and also for the preventative maintenance contract for the long term. And to tie not only the new system into the old system. So with that, our schedule provides for installation of the cooling components by the end of January 2021. This would be a turnkey project in which the successful vendor would be responsible for the installation and operation of new components and the preventative or on-call maintenance of the building's HVAC system. We have a draft RFP that is in your packet. Actually went through it with Ms. Milner today. We have a couple edits that we'll update before we put it out. The goal was to put it out on the street by this Thursday. If the board was in agreement, we're doing this as a RFP versus an invitation for bid is more advantageous to us as a team.
Questions?
So if we vote to approve the RFP, that we're not necessarily voting to approve the project, correct? We're just getting prices and you bring the prices back to us.
Right, so what'll happen is
we will vote on it. I mean, my question is, the building's only 3 years old. How do we need an HVAC system? I mean, what was done at the beginning of the process? Or why has it caused us to have a need there? Are we storing more servers there than what we're supposed to be? Are we not taking advantage of other storage locations? What's causing the issue?
What's causing the issue is we did Mosley Architects did a heat study at the beginning of when they were doing the design. And keeping in mind that there were, at the time, it was in the basement of the lower section of the Unit Vista Police Department. Servers were sitting on racks. It was hard to get the inventory. We were adding a CAD system and a radio system. And Mosley was trying to pull together all those different needs going in the new system. And we're not perfect. I mean, we can't predict every single thing that in a new server setup or a new array. We didn't have a technician over the time. So now we have a 911 center technician who's really good, Lindsay Cartwright. And he's upgraded the security, he's upgraded the servers, he's upgraded all the old stuff that was moved over, which was all necessary to do. We now have a very modern system. What happened is not everything fit in the server room, okay? And also they needed quick access so he can spin his chair around and be in his office. So they're stacking up servers in the office. The original system was set up to balance the air both sides of the building. But what's happened is in these small spaces where we've got increased servers and increased heat, it's building up the heat. And not only is it hard on the employees, but it's going to be hard on the equipment in those offices. And so the first thing we did was we went to the original contractor, Lineberger, checked with the original installer to see if the building could be balanced or we could redirect air into that. So that wasn't possible. So the next best step is doing exactly what we've got upstairs in our server room here, where it got too hot, servers were shutting down. So we put a split system in there. I think the Mitsubishi split system. And so now our server room stays cool. What we didn't want to have happen is have a vendor do separately for the whole building, doing the HVAC maintenance, at the same time you're getting another vendor to put a unit in and have people pointing fingers and saying, well, it's their system throwing the building out of balance, not our system. So to answer your question, that's essentially what happened. And the best thing to do would be have one group take care of the entire thing.
But we're not replacing the entire HVAC.
No, it's a split unit that's for that room, and you see that, and that's, like I say, a fine example is what we had to do up here about 6 years ago. As servers increased in that room, it overheated the room, and it was shutting down our systems on a regular basis on the hot days.
But is there, in the server room at the 911 facility, is there actual room for the servers that we're now storing in an office?
Yes and no, but no. In other words, we could pack more in there. That's why I mentioned too, that also the access server rooms around the corner, up the hall, and when they're doing system diagnosis and that type of thing, sometimes it's good to have have it right there. And there was some additional equipment that ended up going into the server room that required us to put racks in the office space.
Were you able to find out from EE if there was space elsewhere that those servers could maybe be stored?
I didn't get to talk to him today, no, but yeah, I mean, we're already looking at, trying to do some off-site, but I don't think it's ultimately gonna fix the problem.
But right now, we're just looking to put out an RFP and then we'll get the prices. We're not authorizing to move forward, we're just authorizing an RFP, correct?
So the answer to Mr. McDaniel's first part of this question, if the board is in agreement that this is more fiscally advantage to the county to do it as an RFP versus an invitation for bid, we've already got the evaluation team in place. They'll evaluate the proposals to include a non-binding price, and we'll bring it back to the board with a recommendation based, a ranking recommendation for the board to consider. At that point, that's what they would be decision made.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the RFP, as long as it's brought back for final approval.
We kind of take that as a motion?
Yes.
We have a second.
I'll second that as one part of the project. Can we include in this some look at where those servers are best placed? I just feel like we're
Not the proposal, but we can do that.
okay.
All right, I think we can do that in addition.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I know it's not right.
all right, okay. Any other discussion? Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis? Ms. Harris? Mr. Day?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. All right, we'll suspend the meeting and resume after the Blue Ridge Resource Authority meeting.
We have a few minutes.
Yeah, it's going to take a couple minutes for them to get all set up. I hate to keep Mr. Freeman waiting. So we're out of closed session. And you open that door and then we have to certify.
Yes, the sign is up.
I know. That's what Jay was at what's out the door. That's what I figured.
I'm not sure he's always present anyway.
Do you have the sheet certified? Any chance?
Oh, it's all good. I mean, I just have what I read.
Oh, here.
Can I read that again? I move that the board certify that in closed meeting just concluded to the best of each member's knowledge, nothing was heard, discussed, or considered except the matter or matters specifically identified in the motion to convene in closed session and to lawfully permitted to be so discussed as exempt from open meeting requirements under provisions of Virginia Freedom of Information Act cited in that motion.
Ms. McDaniel?
Yeah.
Ms. Harris? Mr. Day? Mr. Lewis? I vote yes, so. Before anybody runs off. Back up a little bit. Appointments. We have, if you look, we have 4 vacancies. I think we have 1 recommendation.
The only one I had was the one that was for the CSP.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, and then I have some thoughts on another.
Okay. Can we look at the CSP first? Or
The
we have an applicant?
Yes, well, the CSB is a staff member. Yes, Bruce Sigler, who has some unique qualifications, and he has worked with the CSB in the past from his work with the DSS. And Ms. Shaw, Kim Shaw, actually suggested that he might be a good board member for consideration. So he has agreed to serve if the board so chooses.
And we have no other applicants. A motion, do we have a second?
Second?
Yeah, we got a second. Ms. Lewis? Ms. McDaniel?
Yeah.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Day? Chair votes yes. Are there any other things that you want to talk about on appointments? Mr. Lewis?
With EDA, traditionally, as appointed by district, I have some candidates in Walker Street that I'm working with to see which one I can grab. So I would ask the board to give me a little more time.
Okay.
Do the best we can.
We have 2 vacancies now, right, Robbie?
Right.
Yes, but see, the Walker Street District now, representative now lives in Carter.
Yes, that's what happened was.
Right.
There were 2 in Carter Street a year ago.
Oh, we're not talking about Robbie Faulkner for that one. He lives in my district.
Right.
Right.
We have to find a
You're talking
replacement
about
for
the other one. There are 2.
Actually, a third one. There was one that was in the Walker's Creek district who is still on the EDA, who moved from Walker's Creek into Carter.
Carter Creek, yeah.
And so now the Walker's Creek district is
Doesn't
void of
have
a
one.
member.
So you're working on that. So you're going to work on the replacement for Robbie Faulkner? And who's working on a replacement for Jerry?
Well, Jerry would be,
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Because Spencer said a third one, that's what.
well, no, it's these 2 plus the third one. It's all good.
All right, okay. All right.
Who's on first?
Any other discussion on appointments?
Well, the building board of appeals.
I've asked 5 different people. Nobody.
So the question, I guess the question would be is would you be okay, because that doesn't have to be by district, you'd be okay looking outside?
Somebody can find someone to fill it, yeah.
And Mr. Tyler has agreed to serve with them.
Yeah. So
Not that we don't need to do that.
Oh, while we're talking about appointments and stuff, is it only the EDA board now that is required to fill out the long form with all your investments and everything, just like we have to fill out on an annual basis?
I imagine the BRRA.
Okay. Why, man, I just asked why the EDA, because that came up at their last meeting, and just about all of them are upset that they have to fill out the form. And I'm upset I have to fill it out every year too. It's ridiculous, but I'm just wondering why that board.
Front Royal.
Here?
Oh.
Somewhere like that, it was just. Land deals, background, it just is hard. And ended that. So I think that was one of the triggers. I don't know for sure, but I feel like that was a lot of changes were made back when we had a governor that was in a lot of trouble. And that resulted in multiple changes. So this big loyal, and next thing you know, is a statutory change requiring all
Yeah, I mean, that's why if Mr. Faulkner came off and several of the
Did
other
he come
ones.
off of that? Is that why?
Yeah, well, and there was considerable discussion on that board about other members coming off because they just didn't want to disclose that information. I was just wondering why.
Well, that was the reason. It's not a board determination.
And the other thing with that particular board, which I think that board is very important for the county, there was talk from them about coming to us at some point requesting additional compensation. That the compensation is just not what it should be, given the information they have disclosed and the time commitment they're giving and everything.
Well, and that can be what for most of it. I would assume that they need to figure out what they want to request. I did a complete table about a year ago, maybe two, of what we were paying all of our boards and commissions. We still have plenty of work. But it ranges all over. The ones that generate money pay themselves, like MSA, PSA, they are the highest. So I can look at that information. And then, what's left of the EPA.
Okay. So we went and reviewed the monthly staff reports. Have a motion to approve them. We have a second.
Second?
We have a second. Mr. Lewis. Sayers.
Aye.
Mr. McDaniel.
Yes.
Mr. Day. Chair votes yes. And any board comments? Entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, Mr. Lewis, Mr. McDaniel.
Yeah.
Mr. Sayers. Mr. Day. And the chair votes yes. Thank you all. Sorry we were so long. Vicki? Oh, no, I have one. Thank you. Careful.